howdy, howdy. How we doing? How are we doing? Um, you know, we be doing, we be doing things. All right, so good evening, good evening. Merry Thursday. I believe it's Thursday. Let me it's Thursday. Yes. Um, I've got today, tomorrow, and the weekend off, so I am going to be grinding really hard on the game. Uh, right now, I'm focused on building the crafting station UI, and it will be pretty cool. I've done some deep research and I've got plans all built out for it, so I'll show you those here in just a moment. I'm actually going to put my link tree on the screen. Hold on a sec. I'm going to add new text, new texty. Trying to get some followers, trying to get them ducats. All right. No, I don't really want the money. I just want to build a community around the game. And then, so putting that there, that's probably too big still. All right. So my inspiration, let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. All right, well, can I go to the actual chat? So I do like the Elin crafting UI. It's pretty solid. So we got a 2-panel UI, one with your recipe list for that crafting station. So I want this crafting station interface to work with all the crafting stations. And then so you got your recipe panel with a list view, and I'm going to have UI toolkit visual elements to represent the row. And then on the left, you have tabs to quickly drill down and filter the recipes on that station. On the right is the product details of what you're about to make. So that's one image. So here's the tool tip you'll see when you hover over something. That's going to be a visual element too. And then these slot icons are going to be their own visual element. So using UI Toolkit, we're going to break it down. Actually, I do want to do Shimpton. Let's go to Notebook LM. We're going to create a new one. We're going to call it... No, wait, I think... Is that what I want? Crafting station, project plan. Hold on. Project plan, crafting station, toolkit. Yep, okay. So here is the data, or our source, right? I'm going to use that. And I'm going to come over here. And create a... Why did it automatically start creating these? That's cool. Did I hit a button to do that? Normally I create a new one and yeah, flashcards I don't need the flashcards. So I'm going to do this. So I'm going to do a deep dive. An expert review of sources offering constructive feedback to help you improve your material. Let's do one of those. And then I want to do a deep dive longer. All right, now I'm gonna let that all just Jenny. And I will listen to it while I wait. All right. So now that we've got that, crafting. So again, what I do is I create a deep research, and you see how detailed this goes. And basically, I want to create the crafting station UI like I showed you with the dual panels and all that. And I'm going to follow the MVVM approach, which is model view model approach with UI toolkit. It's pretty common. It's this way you can separate your logic and your view and all the stuff that controls it. Ooh, butts. I love you. I love you. Let's make you popular. Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay. Hey, Lavaca, my homie. How you doing, man? I'm back home. My man. My road dog. That's good. That's good. That's good. Hope things are good on your end. I think I've showed you. Maybe, you know. I'll take maybe, you know. That's kind of, I think maybe on my end as well. I never really know. I typically will just getting a new job at my job back in design. Ooh, cool. Is it a lateral move or is it a promotion? Hell yeah, that's my dude. Yeah, I'm so this whole thing where I was on the East Coast and all that, like I led that whole project and everything. Yeah, yeah. I better too. So this round of raises and promotions or reviews, whatever you want to call it. I'm hoping, well, I am expecting a title bump and a decent, pretty darn good raise, I'm hoping. Or some stock options. Man, I really would love some stock options. Although I'd have to be vested, you know, for several years, I believe. Not a big deal though. Like I don't really have plans on going anywhere, but I've been really putting in the work and I've been like rubbing elbows and stuff. So I'm hoping this year I get really, you know, nice little bump. You know, well, it's only 5 minutes of time though. So I mean, might as well if it seals the deal. No, it's not gay if it's for a promotion. $20 is $20, as they say. Yeah. I love that meme. It's hilarious. All right. So I'm gonna show you the how to build a Unity interface real quick with UI Toolkit and AI, because the new UI technology or whatever, or their new way of doing UI has really made it so awesome, because it's like you got your XML document or UXML, which shows your structure and then your style sheet, and then you have a C# script behind it controlling it. Oh, it's really cool. And you know how the old UI stuff was, right? You put a canvas in there, and then that's a game object with scripts and components and the mono behavior, and then you got a bunch of nested game objects of different UI elements in there. So you end up having tons and tons of game objects to represent your UI in the old way, in the UGUI way, which means every one of those is a game object, and you know they whatever. With the new UI toolkit, it's very web design focused, and you have one game object in there to have the UI in there, and it's just way faster. And again, because I would need AI to manipulate Unity and like create stuff, and Unity's AI can actually create stuff in the editor and all that, but it's jank. Um, this the new UI toolkit, yeah, allows for me to build interfaces really fast, or with the power of AI, because I can do all the work outside of Unity and just take it back into Unity. So this document here is a breakdown of that. I'll drop it in your chat, or in your, kind of poke around on that. So what I do, I created my deep research document, and it's really deep, right? It doesn't know my code base exactly. It just has a general idea about what I gave it. And then it created, so here's like the markup for a UI element here. It's just like HTML almost. And then you have your style sheet, which is just like CSS almost, or pretty much. It's just a modified version of CSS. So what I did now is I take that deep research report and I give it to, and then I reference it in a canvas outside of the deep research report, because I can't give my entire code base to a deep research prompt. So that's why I create the document, and then I go back to another chat and I use a canvas where I can dump my entire code base and that research document. And then I create a project plan. No, it's just deep research doesn't let you attach a bunch of stuff when you do deep research. So you can't do the import code function with a deep research query. That's the real kicker. Now you could put all your code into like some document and give it to it or whatever, but the gist is I do a chat to where I give it all the code and I say, detail all of my item inventory system, detail my code base, and really focus on the item inventory stuff. And that creates this report of how it works. And I can give that Google Doc to the deep research. And then the deep research has some knowledge of my code base, and it'll create a plan, or it'll do all the research. And then I take the deep research and go back into another chat that's on a canvas. And now this is where I'm at. And from the canvas, the deep research, I now create a project plan like this. So you got one, right? The code review, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and I'm going to work through it and really quickly and have this UI up and going in no time. So I'm going to go ahead and export this guy to my GDocs, even though I don't really need to. So basically it read my deep research report, and I gave it all my code right here in this scripts folder. And then I gave it some screenshots to look at. And now I'm going to implement what I need to do. So here's my modified recipe def. Was that recipe def? Yeah. So acquired skill. Basically, I already had a recipe definition, scriptable object, right? And I'm taking what the deep research did and modifying it so it'll work. So if we go back here, existing code base, recipe def, so I don't care about that. the required skill, let me think on this one. I don't want it to be a string, right? And that's what it is right there. But all my skills are scriptable objects, so I can't just reference them directly in the code.
Nuclear launch detected. Nuclear launch detected.
Nuclear launch detected. What was that? Let me see if that was a Streamlabs alert or something. I don't know what that was. Nuclear launch detected. What the fuck? Anyways, I'm gonna get. Yeah, somehow I'm wired into that. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of grind through this real fast. So it's recommending I line up, and I kind of agree with this. I like the name better. I've been trying to learn how to use Visual Studio Code more. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It is more lightweight, but it has a lot of these integrations. So like I hooked up. Yeah, and again, I just like regular Visual Studio, man. I don't like going backwards in feature sets, and then yeah, this is more of a bare bones plug in everything you need kind of stuff. I just want the product to work, and to figure out how to code or attach it to the debugger, that was an adventure. You got to do this, then the bracket here, then attach a Unity debugger. Just silly crap like that, man. It just doesn't make any sense. But it does give me access to some extensions here that I wanted to try out. So that's why I've kind of been in VS Code, but that's here nor there. It is. It's just, I don't know. I'm probably not going to stick with it. Because like right here, oops, let me close this. Ingredients. I'm used to Control R to rename, and that's F2 here. And I'm hoping this doesn't spiral. Add new fields, category. I've never heard of that one. Don't like the strings. I just don't like it. This kind of sucks because I already had some work done in items and recipes, and I'm trying to make this. How many of the items are produced in one craft? Okay. curious to see. Yeah, I'm just gonna add the extra bits and leave all my other stuff in there because I need it pretty much. Work amount. I do like the way this is organized. Yeah, whatever. I'll move on from this. Go to item def. So I didn't need to modify the item definition. I do need the category. I want to come back and make those strings enums because I don't like the magic string or the string. It's very easy to break. I'm gonna create the crafting view model. Oh, microcontrollers, nice. I've done a lot of PLC work, but I really don't ever get into the actual design of the logic for like the microcontrollers or anything. I just interact with you guys. Hmm. Actually, let me check in before I get too deep into this. Project code. Yeah, yeah. Of course. Rippling changes. You know what? I feel like I'm in this boat now. I might as well just continue on. Don't think I have anything in here that is mission critical. So I will do it. I'm going to break things. That's what I'm going to do. And I do like the categorization. Now I'm probably gonna have to just because I'm very deep into the item crafting system, building this UI. These refactors are fine. They're fine. Now this one, crafting station controller. Backend references to be passed to view model in a real game that would come from a central play manager. Can convert from iRecipe list item to recipe def. Recipe tree view item element. Here I was saying how cool this is, and then like I'm here fumbling through it. If this was a green, like a start from fresh one, it would be a lot faster. But because I'm extending my crafting system and my recipe and items already, I've got to make some concessions here. Recipe tree view item element. Required material slot. Nope, nope, we don't do that. We don't do that no more. We're finishing a game. We're finishing it. We do not do that. That is not what winners do. Trying to cover up my boiga. Hold on a sec. There we go. That's probably doing jack squat. Whatever. All right. So I cooked 2 hamburgers, but I ate only one. I can only eat one at a time. I gotta give it some time. Oh man, I hate those bots. Hate them, hate them, hate them. Tooltip manager. Yeah, well, you know, the tricky part is, see this stock chart of my blood sugar? I don't want it out of that green area, so I gotta let that one sit. It's a keto bun, like, but it's still 2 of them is probably too much. So I've got a second one for here in a little bit. Yep. Just recently diagnosed. For the last like 40 or so days, I've been just changing my diet completely, and I haven't had any spikes. So I've been managing it. I've really changed my lifestyle to where I don't, no sugar, no carbs. I don't want to be on insulin. I don't want to be on a bunch of medicine. So I've really just changed my entire lifestyle and eating habits, and so far it's working. I've kept my stuff in a good range. So again, I think I can I think I can whip this thing in the butt as much as you can whip it in the butt. I mean, it's good though, because again, like I don't drink sugar, or I don't have sugar anymore really. I try to keep carbs to a minimum. I feel a lot better. I miss spaghetti, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, so I've done all that. Create the view model, done. So now that I've done those steps, and again, I'm just gonna have it, I'm gonna give it the code base again, just to have it and make sure I didn't miss anything. And there are no errors. So I think everything is fine, but let's go to Unity and get the final call. Oh, that's fun. I guess it's not as many errors as I thought. Why is that? Okay, I get it. So again, I'm just gonna break shit. So I'm gonna give it all those errors. Actually, hold on. And then break shit. Update the project plan. To where we are at. And again, it's weird because I almost like using the browser based thing because I can give it video files and a lot more text documents and stuff than the editors here. And because this is a more complicated change, I don't want to be using agents or anything like that. So I just, I don't know. It's weird. I like the browser when it comes to this kind of change. interaction processor. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the project plan. Action 2, phase 1.5. Now we're going to implement the brain. Let's continue with the plan. This is a very complex UI too, so like it's got a lot of moving, or it's got a lot of bits to it. So it's got multiple UI toolkit UXML documents, because I want to, instead of having one massive one, I've broken down some of the components of it into their own UXML document. You can kind of think of them as widgets, or visual elements that you can add into the main document. So like the list view row is its own UXML document. I created these. Oh, right. So now we're going to go down to the UXML documents. This will be the crafting window, crafting station, recipe list item, material slot template, did I not make the USS yet? So I'm going to create crafting station. I swear I made that already, but oh well. Okay. Your next step is to create the 4 files in your project, attach to a UI document, assign these assets to the inspector. Okay. Result quantity, I believe is the right thing there. So now we should be able to see it. So crafting station UI. Now this is, so after you have your documents, you're going to create this. This is the main thing, the UI document. You reference your document here. Instead of having tons and tons of game objects in the canvas, this is the main thing. And then you have your controller script that you attach. So typically now I'm going to go, one thing I don't know why I can't get is linking of the style sheet. I do that manually in the editor still. So let me go to, why do I have two? Oh, that's the USS, duh. I'm not a smart boy. So here's the previewer. You can kind of see the UI here, but it doesn't have a style sheet attached, so I'm going to add existing style sheet. There we go. Now I'm going to save that guy. I need to give that style sheet to all of these guys. I will figure out how to make it automatically do that for me in the future. Okay. So now I'm going to come back to my crafting station UI. I'm going to drag my UI document up here. I'm going to reference the panel settings, and this is what drives like you can have multiple panel settings, but this is what controls your resolution independence and a lot of your general UI stuff, but it makes it to where it's easy to build UIs that are responsive to any resolution. So it's super handy. So now I'm going to drag that UI document here. Recipe item asset. Visual tree. Okay. I believe that's that. Material slot. And then the tooltip. There we go. So I believe we're mostly set up here. I don't want it to take up the full screen, but I'll let it be that way for now. What am I thinking? See what happens when we hit play. Perfect. Nailed it. It's looking great. So I've been working on my pathfinding too. So in here, there's some issues that I was fighting, like pathfinding wise. Like, let me see if I can get it to happen. Like units, I can get on top of the other units, or they can get on top of my cell. And like the pathfinding is just not great. So I went out into a separate project and I've been working on the pathfinding. And I really got the pathfinding real awesome over there, and I'll show that in a minute. But I want to get this figured out first. So I think I'm going to have to recipes and fix them. So again, my recipes are scriptable data objects. I got one. Let's go. Wooden club. The workbench is required. Skill crafting. Amount of work amount. Okay, that's all good. Thought I had more recipes built already, but oh well. So I'm going to give it the code. Review the code to make sure I didn't miss anything. The image shows what it looks like. Now I need to go and start, I gotta get some graphics for the background panels. I'm gonna do that in a second here. Put a breakpoint here and see if it loaded the recipes. So boom, boom. So now if I hit play, let's see if we hit our breakpoint. It looks very generic here, but once I get the artwork in and I make it not take up the entire screen, it'll be much better. There we are. Zero. Yeah, so I got to create my stuff again here. See, Visual Studio is much better. So my scriptable data objects. Create a new. Quantity. Where is my why isn't that guy listed? Do scriptable objects not like list? Yeah, it should show it. Because that was a list originally. It's public. Public class, item def, quantity. That's all good. Why don't I see you? That should be visible in my scriptable object. Maybe it doesn't like a list of a class. Ah, here it is. I did not have it as serializable. Don't let them take you out. See you later, man. There she be. Requires one log. Alrighty, so there that is. anything else that is not showing up? I keep forgetting that I gotta serialize them for the inspector. Oh, looks like everything else is good. So what I need to do is officially, this is a hack job right here. Oh wait, no, I gotta go. Did not have a. Oh, okay, I see. So this will now be. Oh yeah, that's right. The unit model have the inventory. That's right. So now we have our Player's inventory. This should load the recipes. I don't know why it's not. Skill data for faster lookup. If object is okay, yeah. So we're gonna do if obj is def. Really don't have a name. Thought I did. So how do I want to handle that? Guess I'll just put a name in there. For now, I'm gonna come back to. I'm gonna revisit this. I don't really like this approach. So now I can provide a name. I don't like that. Really? Okay. The name I don't think I actually need to use because I'm just going to say, give me all the recipes that are for the workbench. Yeah, I don't need the name. It is there for convenience. All right. So now I will cache all the recipes in my resource manager on load. Let's make this steel axe. This is going to become an enumeration too. I don't like that. That's a string. It needs one log, and it needs iron ore. For now, I'll just do iron ore. And then we will go to the wooden club. I really don't actually need that anymore. Or, well, it's fine. It's fine. It's extra info. Okay, so now I come back here. So this method will get it by station. Okay, so now we have a way to access our recipes. So get recipe for station. Hmm. Now I'm at the crap. Okay. I'm gonna need a get station. I'm still gonna need a damn because the crafting stations are I'm gonna need an enum of all the crafting stations, so I can't fully data these guys out. Well, I guess I could have a scriptable object of the crafting stations names, and then it could find it. No, it's just so kludgy. Fine, we'll do with string for now. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But so now we're gonna do what is it? It is oh yeah, crap. Instead of first and default, it should be where and then to list. There we go. All right. All right. So getting into this UI made me address some things I need to do elsewhere, which is good. So this is less for demonstration now. Well, it's kind of hard coded to the workbench right now, but that's the only station we have, so we'll live with it. Getting deep into the nestable objects, or the scriptable objects. Steel X. Now again, don't like having to pass the name as a string, but because I'm trying to make everything everything data driven, so the items that are required for these things. All right, so now if we put the breakpoint here, we should have, oops, um, and I attach to the debugger. Oh. Mm. We may have to move this to the start method. Let's see if that works. I really don't like Visual Studio Code. I'm about to go back to Visual Studio, but you know. What's up, man? How's it going? How's it going in good old down under or whatever? I was watching some stuff on Australia today about how a huge part of it is like just uninhabitable. Like most of the population is around the edge of Australia. I was learning today. I don't know how I stumbled on that, but I was messing with it. Yeah, like yeah, it's kind of crazy because you guys have about the same landmass as the United States, but just a huge chunk is just too freaking hot, and you gotta like live underground if you want to live there or something. Maybe I'm not getting the best info there, but so breakpoint here. Uh, I was watching Internet Historian. They were talking about architects or something, and the yeah, they said they had all like they had a plan to just they should like create a giant river and through most of the arid area and run water and whatnot, or I don't know. It was like basically the Panama Canal, but across all the desert just to get it to be have water, or some plan they had. But it was just them being dumb. Yeah, but like the lizards, they won't do it because like, well, yeah, like that the wildlife will get disrupted or something. I don't know. Internet historian, just like a comedy kind of guy I follow, and I don't know why he was talking about. Oh no, he lives there. That's why. He's hilarious, dude. I love watching internet historian. I guess we'll just test it. Yeah, and his laugh, I don't know, like their timing and the laughter, like his laugh is just infectious, man. Like, and then the explained, like the video game videos they do where they explain a video game. Oh God, I've seen like all of them on repeat. It's like whenever I just need background noise, because I feel like I've watched everything of his now, but it's just like one of my go-tos for like background noise. Or I don't know. I keep rewatching stuff. It's just funny as hell. He's good. He's very good. All right, let's go. So I am implementing the crafting station screen. So I'm creating a master screen that can handle all the crafting stations that I build. And I'm modeling it after the Elin screen, which is pretty solid, but it's all right, talk to you in a bit. It's basically this like two panels. You got your recipe list. You're gonna have some filters here, and then what when you click it, what it can be, and then you can pick the different ingredients. And the better ingredients you use, the better possibilities it comes from it. So it's very early, but it's close. I almost think I'm gonna play some Elin. Council Source. I'm just gonna hit play. See if we get errors. Oh, so you are attached. Yeah, so the execution order, I'm gonna have to. I think I can do that here. Default execution order. I think this will do it, but you can also do this in the Unity editor. But I almost think I like it here. I don't know if I want to do it at the class level. So basically, this guy. put a breakpoint here. So this should fire before. Yeah, it fired after. So now if we come back and we stop it, the other script should execute after the turn-based. There we go. Perfect. So now we should have our reference to the player. Booyaka. The player should have his inventory with nothing in it. It looks like we bombed out when we went. Oops. Oh my gosh, I'm going back to Visual Studio. I cannot take it. We're going to go in here. Let's see what executes where. So what we have here is script. The order of the scripts being fired off is conflicting. So the UI stuff should always be later on, like UI class or UIs. The UI should initialize after all the player managers, all the singletons. Singletons should always go first, and then their sequential order, and then as needed. So now hit play. Let's see what we hit first. Load all resources. Which again, I don't think I want to do all once the scriptable objects really get big. I'm probably gonna load it. Nothing, huh? Zero. All right. So that's gonna error out. Why don't I just do load all of the individual things? Well, one, I'm going to see if it actually exists. So let's hit play again. So Control P, and we'll hit our breakpoint. So now F10, F10. So we got. Yeah, this is loading all kinds of shit I don't care about. don't like this. Don't like it at all. Let's try this. Crafting equals resources. I didn't think I would be tripping up on script execution order and all this, but it's worth getting through and figuring this out. And again, I could probably do it in a cleaner way. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So do I actually have... I guess I could add it to the resource DB and pull from that. I don't... I don't know if I like that. I want to find a better way of doing that, but for now we'll do this. And then I can just drop them in here and not have to... One, I have a scriptable object that has references to those objects. I don't have to dynamically use resources.load all or anything like that. And I should have made those lists. But you know. I will come up with a better way. Man, this is so terrible. I hate Visual Studio Code. Why am I in here? I'm going to get out of it soon. Resources load all should have done it, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is. So put our crafting station in there. Oops. Alt P. I'll get go. So now let's refactor this stuff. Wasn't a fan of this anyways. I may do that with skills also. Get crafting station data. And then get recipes, data for station. Yep, okay. I think we've got it finally. So now this call should work. Control P. All right. I'm gonna go grab a cup of water real fast and heat up this real quick. BRB, 2 seconds. All right, be right back. Alrighty. Short break over. Oh wait, I gotta get rid of this line. Whatever. Actually, I do. I need to set the execution order of this guy. What makes this call? That call comes from So that should be now, because on enable is going to fire before the start. Yeah. Good, good, good. I'm going to step into the methods. So we got our recipes. View. We got our log def. We added to the player's inventory. We got our, well, it says stone, but it's iron. Okay, so we finally got our initial data we need. Let's see if anything bombs out now. Haha. Oh, cool. The shit's off, but instead of the, I like this, but it's obviously off. So when you click on the category, it's gonna empty out this side. Now I click here. Oh, fuck yes. Very cool. We are getting there. We are getting there. Now, is that controller friendly? That is not controller friendly. Having the groups be collapsible sections on the left. A controller friendly approach to this screen would have a filter button. You hit a button on the controller and then you pick your category. Wonder why the required materials isn't populating the slots here. That's freaking awesome though. Do I not set the required materials? Nope, that's what it is. So cool. Why is it new item? New item. It's set to. Oh, I know what it is. It's the actual item definition, not the recipe. Yep. We need sprites now. So let's go. All right, we're going to work towards a controller friendly screen here. And I'm going to think through that, but I'm going to get some sprites to make this better. I do like the nested sections over here for mousing, but I don't like it for controller, I don't think. How how would you make this a controller friendly screen without a virtual mouse? Because I'm trying to avoid virtual mouse. I just might have to be a virtual mouse here. I will think through that. So let's get us some assets or club, wooden club. I think this is coming from an asset that I actually was interested in using. Badass. Hmm. Keep things nice and organized. Weapons. And then I guess they're both weapons, so Come on. No cache currently. Download the asset to access its contents. What the hell? It's outdated in the cache. I do not want to index anything right now. Oh, I don't want to do this. I think it's going to take too long. Should have been way just redo that one package. And I actually am thinking about using that asset, so like yeah, I don't want to add this yet. Or I'm not going to add it directly to the project. I want to analyze, I want to look into this and see how hard it is for me to draw my own assets for this guy because it is a solid creator. Yeah, we're not doing that. What we will do is import it to this guy. Oh, pardon me. All right, now it's being added back to the database. Asset inventory is how I manage all my assets and allows me to cherry pick graphics out of all my assets when I don't want to take the whole shebang. There we go. Finally. And we have our wooden club. Just took all that time. Steel axe. That's a big image. That's a smaller image. All right, so now we have our graphics. We're going to finish setting up our scriptable objects. Crap. got the materials to build it. One thing I don't like is, how can I stop? Debugger, no more. Stop debugging. Where is detach? Add this, and this will take one log. Kind of over VS Code, I'm not gonna lie. And the sugar-free barbecue is so much better than the sugar-free ketchup. I should go with that every time. Okay, so the sprites are shown here. Oh, the materials don't have their sprite. That's right. Okay, so we got alignment issues obviously over there. And this should not be weapons, it should be... Oh. I feel like weapons is better. So let's go to the log. Do we have a log already? No. No, darn it. Back to asset inventory. Oh no, I don't want that. Too many things with the word matching on log. We'll go with that guy for now. We'll create a materials folder. Okay. I like those trees. Yeah, not really. Not really. Here an icon. That's what I need to do. I need to filter it down like that going forward. These are all going to be temporary artwork just to get me by. Log. Now we should see sprites on the left, or the icons on the left, and then icons on the right. I don't like this collapsible section. Boom! There we go. There we go. I can make 15 of these bad boys. Okay, so the bones are here. I don't like this collapsible section. What I want the categories to be is over here, tabs on this side. I think. Well, I got to think through how to make this controller friendly. Because now that I think about it, it's not a very controller friendly approach so far. I got to fix the alignment issues over here. One, I want this to be smaller. I don't want it to be a full screen. Or do I? Do I care? Yes, I care. So I think those are actually good. It's this grouper. Oh no. That's not right at all. It said I crafted one steel axe. Tooltip manager's broken. I bet you know why. Also, I want the materials to go horizontally across, not up and down. So it is deducting the items. $16, $16, craft. updated it. Go 15. So it doesn't update the whatchamacallit. It needs to update the material slots. Okay, so okay, so it is taking stuff out of my inventory. This is good progress. This is good. This is good. Item def, item name. Put a breakpoint here. Start debugging. Yeah, I don't like Visual Studio Code. Okay. So if I restart, I bet you. Okay, we're done. We're done with you, Visual Studio Code. We're going back to the OG. We are going back to we'll do 2026 Insiders. Visual Studio, I love you. F9. Now this is going to get called by. So we wouldn't get here if the item definition is not equal to null. So what is it complaining about? Why aren't you attaching? Debugger is on. gonna be painful. Not sure why it's not attaching. Could be because it's Insider. I go to 2022. Fucking shit. For the love of the game. I'm gonna go grab some barbecue sauce real fast so I can finish this burger. It might be because I regenerated the project. What the hell? I just might have to close Visual Studio and restart it. And oh. Yeah, you do that, but I'm not. Alright, let's just let's kill it real quick. Yeah, I'll be right back. Just 2 shakes of it. 2 seconds. Popcorn. My go-to snack. As long as I don't eat like a shitload of it, there are no consequences to my blood sugs. Alright, what was I doing? This is Comp2D. I'm just gonna close you. In Visual Studio. Thought I was running the updater. Alrighty. So everything's working at the core, right? So fix that crap. Please attach. Hey, there we go. We got the log def. So that's valid. We come in to here. It's not equal to null. We are initialized. Name label. No. Why you know? We're probably not finding it properly. Yep. So item name, when we go after that, I bet you. Very well. Nowhere to go. Hey, T. Capitano. How goes it in this wonderful evening? My UXML. What were we looking for? Item name, quantity, slot icon, material slot. Why is that off? Am I looking at the right thing? So, oh no, wait, I went tooltip. That's right. How's it going in Kickland over there? Oh shit. Yeah, it'd help if I actually had anything in the tooltip window besides the style sheet. That'll do it every time. I mean, every time. I don't know how I missed that. Well, we'll just take the visual elements because I don't want to get rid of the style sheet. That should fix that. Now this is going to be null until we restart, so I'm just going to restart. And I believe that will fix it. Tooltip name. I don't know why it's trying to go after elements. Or I gotta read. I bet you these are wrong. Want some Reader Digest code? Here you go. Zooming on in. And I just don't know about even finishing this burger. Although I was very excited about it. This keto bread is pretty good, or keto bun, pretty good. But I hollow out the bun anyways, so like just to reduce the carb load or whatever. Like I'll take the bun and I'll scrape out most of the guts, so it's kind of like a shell. Still, you know, visually looks like a hamburger. Just a lot less meat or parts to the bun, because I just scrape out the under part of the bun and the bottom part of the bun, where it's just kind of like, I don't know, just barely anything left, but enough structure there to hold the burger. All right, so we're attached. We hit play. So I don't know if you guys do a lot of debugging like I'm doing right now, but using breakpoints, step in the code, always amazing. It's the best. Let's see, we'll be null after this, I guarantee it. Yep. Because item name does not exist here. So it's tooltip name. Can I rewind that bad boy? One more again. That's one thing that sucks is the hot reload doesn't work. So like typically in work, whenever I'm debugging a UI, I can change the code, I can rewind it by dragging the execution line here back up, and then play that code back that I just changed, and it picks up the changes. Unity doesn't do that. There's assets, I believe, that allow that, but I don't want to add. I'm just been very aggressive about not adding any assets into the code or into the game project, because everything I've done so far has been basically I rolled the system. Um, Now I may be bringing in my first asset. So pathfinding A star pathfinding is one of the few assets in the project, as well as asset inventory. So those two are in the project. And other than that, though, all the code, everything I've done has been just me hand rolling it, which is kind of crazy because I usually just like drop in all the best assets and work from that. That's what I'm used to doing. And I don't know why, but the project stayed real light, and I don't know. I feel a lot more intimately tied to a lot of the systems because I built them up um, with my workflow. But well, A Star can use it can use nav mesh too, so it can A Star can supports nav mesh. It supports grids. It so it pathfinds on a grid because my movement is grid based. Yeah, so that is really it. But so let me show you. If you go look at the documentation for this guy, it's really awesome. So this thing under the hood is using burst jobs, and you can have it use ECS, and so it's super fast, super optimized. Um, nav mesh graph. So this guy will use your nav mesh. Kept muting. So I wonder, I always worry about my bit rate with Twitter because I think I'm like right there at the limit. Does it, I mean, I wonder if why it was muting. But this pathfinding fully supports nav meshes, but it also has this thing called rich rich something, where when rich AI or rich path or something like that. And this is really neat if it'll visually show me it. Well, it basically only when you do a move, it will basically generate a mini optimized nav mesh for that move, that pathfinding. So instead of you processing the entire mesh, you actually are processing a filtered down version. I don't know if my camera went up or my mic went down. I don't know. We'll deal with it. All right. So, and again, before you left, I don't know if you heard, but I'm modeling my crafting screen off of Elin's screen. But, oh yeah, this is cool. So this is a procedurally generated area here. Come on, get on my way, Pink. This land here is procedurally generated from, and then the AI is pathing with me just fine, and they're chasing me around it. So A star, look how many paths. I mean, it's just firing off, and it's doing its job, and it's handling this really well with no slowdown. So it's very optimized. I've rolled my own. The orange guy is actually trying to get to a waypoint over here. See, he can't reach it, so he's just like, he stopped right there. And then the black guy is trying to get to this waypoint. So if I move that there, and then I move the other one to where they can reach it, Now you see they went to their waypoints. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna. This is really where I'm isolated movement and pathfinding for the game into this small scene and just simple objects. But I do think I'm actually going to build out combat in here too before I bring it back into the fold. Or at least the basics or bones of combat. So I've got movement and pathfinding working good enough in the main project, but again, it has those issues that I fixed over here. Yeah, it's just it's the best way to flesh out all this stuff without being bogged down. Because right now it's 4 scripts handling all my pathfinding and movement and units and all that. So this is the units movement, pathfinding. They do predictive. They're also doing predictive things. So they're actually trying to anticipate where I'm going. So you see them actually pathing ahead of me. And that helps kind of smooth things out. Get away from me, bro. So that's coming along really nicely. I'm very, very, very happy. But so for my procedural level gen in the main project, let me disable this. So this looks good and all, like, but this one thing I'm playing with, and I may be bringing in an asset to handle the tile grid placement and stuff. Because right now I just kind of have yeah, this is my procedural generation here. And I don't know, actually, but it's this guy here, which is we're using a concept that I think is really, really cool. It's called dual grid. You only need 5 pieces to do all of the grid stuff, right? Like, so see how it handles all those like corners and rounded edges and all that? Only 5 pieces are required of the mesh for each type to work. So I would only to create a new asset that tiles right, and it has this too, which I want, which I was gonna figure out and build too, but this guy is pretty impressive. I can programmatically hit it with an API at runtime. And again, it's got a lot of different generation techniques, but the dual grid is really, really cool concept. Where's it at? Because you need these 5 pieces. So you need this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, and this piece to be able to generate any kind of random landmass. And whereas normally you'd have to have a lot more pieces to account for it, depending on the situation. So like a standard grid, a total of 14 different tile types are needed to do what this does with 5 with the dual grid setup. And the way the dual grid stuff works is it offsets the pieces inside of the grid. And that's how it accomplishes it. Like it's a crazy concept. Whoever thought this up is a genius. But 2, this is again very optimized. It has a road and paths, castle set, and then a dungeon set. So when it comes to the Elin like model, this handles almost everything Elin would do. So I'm liking it so far. It may be the very first asset that I pull in. That's not one that I didn't roll. And it's only 36 megabytes, which I appreciate that also. So it's not going to bloat up my project. So I think it is going to come into the fold. I just got to learn it. I'm going to learn it more over here and create some more detailed maps. Because again, this is really good. And like, again, I got tons of stuff working, but there's a lot of polish that I got to still do to get it right. Okay, so the tooltip, let's finish fixing that. So description. Tooltip category. Item stats. Let's see if that fixes it. But again, this inventory screen has some alignment issues over here, but the icons are showing up for that. The icons are showing up. Hey, there we go. Except it's blank. And it stayed. Why are you staying? The fuck? I think, yeah, so I think its hitbox is all the way across, which is weird. Oh yeah, there's a debugger for this. Oh, hold on. Forgot about that. This is actually really cool. Yep. So see this, basically the mouse is hitting this entire section instead of just, so I need to have the hover be just inside here, this guy. So that element is what should be triggering. The material slot should be triggering the tooltip, not the whole row. But also I want these to be horizontal here, not vertical. I want them to go across instead of up and down. So I'm going to fix that too. But just like inspect element in the Chrome browser, you have like this whole debugger here to see and tweak stuff. So I could actually, I bet you I can change. Yeah, I can fucking. Font size. Ha ha ha. Fucking sweet. Now see the tooltip's gone. Back. So I just need to affect, what property is it that I changed? It's not the padding, it's the accent, or it's the width and height, I think. But honestly, I think the hover should be right here on this element. The tooltip should fire off at that guy. That way I could have multiple this way. This container, position, column scroll, flex direction, row. Oh, so you can play with your USS and your markup here, and then go edit it, and you can basically get it, tweak it in real time. I fucking love the new UI tech they got, or the new UI workflow and paradigm. Compared to UGUI, it's so much better. There's a learning curve, but if you've done web development or any kind of web page work, there's a lot of awesome built-in shit here. Okay. So why didn't the text pop up on that guy? Oh yeah, let's attach the debugger. Hit play. I don't like that the categories are collapsible sections on this side. That's not controller friendly, so I'm gonna get rid of that. So let's step in here. F11 to step into, F10 to step over. So So we got our item name. That got set. I bet you it's the same color as the background. A simple wooden log. Update position. Take that debug point out. Take that debug point out. The text is log. The color is not. There it is. Okay, so it's the color, why it's not popping up. Oh man, I love it. Yeah, it's just they really cooked with this thing. Like again, it's a lot of people. Oh shit, my glasses needs to be retired. It didn't have world space UI, so you couldn't use UI toolkit for world space UI elements that are like in the actual world, not on the screen or the screen space. So a lot of people were avoiding it, and it just wasn't quite ready yet. But I think they've got it to a state where it's ready to replace UGUI for 99% of use cases so far. So let's go ahead and fix stats too. Bad ass. All right, so I know it's some tweaks I got to make there. And typically I could just told AI to fix these things, but I'm actually trying to Gemini could have had to correct all this, but I'm trying to feel my way through it right now just so I can learn UI toolkit better. Um, and again, it's just debugging sometimes is better than just like saying why, what do AI, what do? Especially with the tech you haven't used quite as much. So see, crafted one wooden club, but the 20 it didn't go down, but when I come back, it went down one. So if I max this out and crafted 10 clubs. 10x. Should have been 20 or 19 clubs. But that's actually going in the player's inventory and stuff. So this screen is pretty damn functional. It's got some graphical issues. Oh, the button's grayed out when I'm out of ingredients. Fucking great. All right, let's polish it up. How do I make this more controller friendly without resorting to a virtual mouse you control with your right stick? It's always kind of tricky when you got two panels like this, because I mean you could you can move over, but you're going to be doing a lot of clicking and stuff. For one, I'm not going to have the categories be collapsible sections. They're going to be tabs over here that have, or for mouse and keyboard, you can click one over here and get filter it, but with the mount or the controller, I'll have a category or a filter button you pop up, and then you can pick what you want, and then it'll filter out. I'm gonna really work on I'm gonna get this visually all right, and then I'm gonna get this. Wait, did that persist between runs? Hold on a sec. Did my style sheet changes actually take? I hope so. That'd be so dope. No, darn it. I just hadn't stopped yet. All right. What am I thinking? Control T in Visual Studio is just one of the best ways to find stuff if you know the name of what you're after. Asterisk.uss to bring up all the style sheets. Oh yeah, I think it's called Crafting Station. Yeah. Panel recipe. I need to find some background images too. Recipe, material, slots, tooltip. Where you at, tooltip? Secondary color. Dark panel, text primary. So 2220, 21. And there is a visualizer or a UI builder interface I could do this into, but you know. Text, color text primary. Wait, hold on. Header text is color text primary. Let's see if that did it. It felt like it was just making it the same color as the background of the tooltip. Oh wait, I bet you this code may be changing the color. I would think so, but display, registering the callback. No? It is not. I don't know why it's not taking the color. Oh, all right. I'm gonna do a couple screenshots here. What class is that? It's hard to get the tooltip to be up when you get over to this guy. There we go. Label, tooltip name. Oh, this is why. This is named wrong. Custom tooltip item name when it should be. I think that's why. And this was something I had to fix because it wasn't finding the labels. Booyaka. Now, when you do change the UI and the game's still running, it does kind of poop out. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Oh my gosh. Promoters, promoters, promoters. I think that must be a percentile based rule. Since it's on, it won't let me change that. Flex grow row. Right. Width. Must be the, it could also be all the elements doing it, maybe. So the clicks aren't going through the interface to the background, so I'm not moving. But what's weird is if I click outside of the game window and they come back, that first click coming back into focus shoots through the UI, which I don't like that at all. Now again, this UI, when it's up, the character controller is going to say, hey, I have a crafting screen up. I'm not allowed to move. So it would get ignored anyways, but I need to figure out why when you lose focus and come back, because that would be just confusing to a player. Like they tab out and they tab back and then click on a UI element if their character does something. That's one of the weird quirks I've seen. And it may be the way I'm handling mouse over UI detection, because it could be different than UGUI. And it always makes stuff kind of Reader Digest level. It makes stuff just too big. Like, taking it down by 4. Let's see what that looks like. Better. That might be too small. 4K, HD. And that's one you can test how if your UI is reacting to resolution changes by toggling it right here. So now it's 4K HD. Now we're going to go with PSX, the PlayStation resolution from the PS1. PSX2, that one's actually that's not actually right. Here's 720p, what 720p looks like. Oh, my bones, my bones, my bones. Yeah, I'm done with that. Grab me a bowl real quick. Get some more water. Man, my Maine Coon cat is getting so big. Getting massive. Popcorn time. I bought a bag of popcorn like this at the gas station on my drive back from the East Coast, which was like 14-hour drive from the East Coast back home. And I can fly, I just don't like flying anymore. And if I can drive, I'll drive. So I got a rental and I drove there for work. But on the way back, I bought a giant bag of popcorn. I was just driving and I couldn't stop eating it, dude. I smashed like a whole big bag of it in no time flat. Like, before I even realized it, I didn't make it probably an hour or so through away from Delaware. I'm like addicted to popcorn now because all the snack tables and stuff when I'm on the site or I'm traveling for work, they usually have like snack tables and a bunch of drinks and stuff for us to get at, and we don't have to go buy it or anything. And everything is just sugar bombs and carbs, man, except for the popcorn. So now I have a deep love for popcorn. Now it can be a carb bomb if you eat a whole fucking bag. Oh, let's do. I don't want it to be the full screen. Flex grow. I think the flex grow is why. Because the root has just got rules for colors and font sizes. The main window. I guess if I bet you this padding might actually do what I want. Yeah, but why is the var background dark? Oh, I bet you I don't want this at all. So if I take this guy out, that's what I want. Fuck yes. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting somewhere. So we have max quantity. Oh, you can move it. I don't like that. We have the track icon. I'm gonna have that. and then I need a pop-up to bring up all compatible materials for this material requirement, because again, the different hardness creates a better weapon or tool. So when you want to, also it can create different unique properties on the item you're about to craft, which is again similar in my system. Another thing I like that Elin does is, let me see if I can find a menu to highlight this. I guess it doesn't do it very often. Whenever there's a list of options to pick, it will assign a key on the keyboard, and Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. So, okay, I don't know if you're still there, Specs, but this is really one of... Elin is a big inspiration, but Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is really a big inspiration for me. I don't have it installed. But it's a very keyboard centric game, but almost every time you pop up a menu, there's a letter assigned to every element that you can click or access, and you can just quickly on the keyboard hit that key and do the thing instead of navigating through the menu. And Elona was a very keyboard centric game. You could do so much with just the keyboard, like not even taking your hands off of the keyboard. But again, this option where when you have a list of stuff, I want to assign, if you're currently using keyboard and mouse, it will assign keys to the certain options, so you can quickly just tap the key on your keyboard to do it. Or if you're in controller mode, it will, I think I'll have it, one of the triggers will be basically make it to where you can click the assign button next to the option and just do that. So instead of you having to go down, 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 down to hit like the 7th option in a list, you can pull the trigger and it hit whatever the controller button is that's assigned to it, and boom, instantly access the 7th item. It's going to be weird. A lot of people will have to probably get used to it, but it's going to be amazing. So Seth, I'm gonna watch Seth's video on Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It's so good. Again, this is another very big inspiration for why I'm trying to build a game like Elin, or where you move around on a grid, but it's not like turn-based like XCOM style, it's fluid. I wish he would update his video. It's pretty old at this point, but it's still funny.
Hey people, Seth here. Today, I'll be reviewing a game that's not often talked about, Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. Have you ever been so thirsty you drink water straight from a toilet, only to catch ass parasites and die? Have you ever been so upset from getting caught in a rain that nothing could make you feel better except a soothing shot of heroin? Have you ever decided to surgically implant yourself with bionics that allow instantaneous physical teleportation, only to teleport inside a concrete wall and be crushed to death? All of these are distinct possibilities in Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is a turn-based sandbox roguelike, set in modern times following a sudden apocalypse. As a grueling survival game with permadeath, Cataclysm pulls no punches in creating a tense and sometimes bleak setting. Yet despite all that, it's incredibly fucking fun. Story. The best part about the story is that no one knows exactly what happened, but I'll give a simple gist of it. While future governments are busy bickering and threatening each other, the cataclysm hits. We get invaded by different extra-dimensional organisms vying for control of Earth. Some of these are multiple species enthralled under a superior controller intelligence. Some are part of a sentient fungal hive mind that spreads its spores throughout the planet, and some are part of the most widespread and prolific group, known only as the Blob. The game takes place several days after the cataclysm, by which point most human life has been extinguished in major cities. The sentient blob organism infests any living creature and rapidly divides inside them until life functions fail, at which point it will revive them as a host for the blob, using the body's biomass for fuel and muscles for locomotion. Any hosts of the blob are extremely aggressive, as their primary reproductive strategy relies on spreading the organism through open wounds. The infection is treatable, which is why blob hosts prefer to utilize mauling, deep bites, cuts, and claws to inoculate as much of the organism as possible, preferably killing the victim in a process whose whole body will be hijacked within several hours and rise again as a fresh host. There is only one goal in Cataclysm: survive. In a rare case you manage to live long enough to see winter, only then you can start developing ambitions. Go from just surviving to controlling and dominating your environment. Find other survivors and have them join you as companions. Follow radio signals and trails that lead to some of the last bastions of humanity and help re-establish civilization. Cataclysm is designed as a survival sandbox and doesn't force you to do more than the bare necessities. The rest is up to you. Gameplay. Cataclysm's a roguelike. A complicated one at that. You'll need to utilize your entire keyboard to make use of all the functions given to you. There's no point explaining the controls. Just play it until memorizing them is second nature to you. Download my copy and play random characters until you figure it all out. And don't forget to tell us how you died. Most of your characters won't live long, but if it's any consolation, my first character was a literal neckbeard. I walked barely 5 meters out of the evac shelter and got attacked by a wild moose, which I somehow managed to kill by thrashing its skull with my Nintendo brick. It broke both of my legs, so I couldn't walk, so I played Game Boy instead to avoid depression and distract from the pain. I was getting ravenously hungry, so I dragged my crippled body to a sharp rock and used it to rip out raw chunks of moose flesh and intestines, playing Game Boy in between bouts of regurgitating the disgusting flesh and entrails while dying of thirst. Then a pack of coyotes ate me alive. It was at this point I realized, this is the game for me. But stick with it, and you'll find yourself dying less from stupid circumstances and more from your own stupid decisions. As briefly mentioned before, you play different characters in Cataclysm. While you can generate different worlds, these can accommodate multiple characters, starting in different, unique scenarios, randomly spread throughout a world. The class and background of a character you pick will either improve or hinder your odds of survival, while their traits and quirks make for some hilarious situations. You could be flat-footed and stealthy, or brawny and resistant to disease, or you could be a psychopath that feels no remorse when mowing down undead children with your Volkswagen, or you could be a schizophrenic, suffering auditory and visual hallucinations. You can even start the game as a genetic dead end, having an allergy to almost every type of grain, fruit, dairy, or processed food. I hope you enjoy bulimia, because that's a condition in this game. So is anorexia. In many ways, Cataclysm is the quintessential teen girl simulator. Many of the classes in the game range from sensible to complete meme material. You could pick anything from a police officer to a crackhead, hooker, BDSM gimp, or even a religious preacher. On that note, very few games out there actually let you play as an imam. Imams naturally start with increased diplomacy. I recently did an imam playthrough of Cataclysm. Being a people person, I was more a talker than a doer. Within days, I had shown several survivors the true path to Jannah, equipping them with Kalashnikovs and gunning down every heathen on our warpath to glory. This worked well until we ran out of ammunition. Unfazed, my men continued to bash the enemy. As admirable as their courage was, we were assaulted by a zombie Hulk, who left my men in pieces and me splattered on the sidewalk. Where you start on the map and what challenges you'll face are largely determined by the scenario. You could start as a standard survivor in an evac shelter some miles away from the nearest city, or a prisoner trying to break out of living hell as your inmates turn on you, or a group of miners cracking through the earth to relive the events of John Carpenter's Thing. The game is so jam-packed full of content that you'll never be bored. Cataclysm makes you realize that in a post-apocalyptic situation where the power grid, infrastructure, and social services have collapsed, the most valuable thing on the planet becomes books. Brainlets who can't read will be
Oh, 100% they did. They did.
consumed by their lack of adaptation, while intellectual 100
I'll gush about this. Is an open source C++ game that has been built by the community, and is just like, if you go look at the Git repo on this thing, there's just, you know, everybody. I mean, it's just been a huge mass collective effort to build Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It is one of the, it is the deepest, like, I think it goes deeper than Rimworld and all that when it comes to functionality.
105
I meant Dwarf Fortress, where again, Dwarf Fortress and this guy are two of the most like in-depth games.
geniuses like myself will bloom. Books found across the world, especially in libraries and schools, can teach you technical skills that a layperson wouldn't possess, from being able to make simple
And this is an old video. The tile sets and the character sprites, it looks a little better than it does here, but again, you're moving on a grid. Everything kind of moves too, but it's fast and it's fluid despite being, and I don't like saying this Elin's turn-based or this is turn-based or my game's turn-based. It's their actions, and like your speed affects how many actions you can take at what interval. And as your character moves, the time advances.
tools in the wilderness, to working and repairing cars, to complex metallurgy, and even making your own biodiesel.
Yeah, like Project Zomboid is basically is a love child of Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, but he's closing the curtains on the houses because he doesn't want the zombies or whatever is outside to see in and see him.
This goes all the way up to attempting bootleg surgery on yourself to install bionic implants to transcend your own humanity. With only a small drawback, botched surgeries will leave you spilling out your own organs and permanently disfiguring you on your deathbed. Cataclysm's crafting system is amazing. Most recipes in the game
It is such a dope crafting system.
follow a set hierarchy of ingredients, building up from raw materials and simple devices, and breaking back down to those components when disassembled in their complex form. Let me give an example. If I know some simple electronics, I can assemble a flashlight with an amplifier circuit, scrap metal, a light strip, and some copper wire. Once I've made this flashlight, I can pull it apart and break it back down to those base components. You can spend hours poring over the absolute volumes of different crafting recipes available to you. And many recipes in the game are flexible. Don't have the optimal parts for something? That's fine. You can often substitute them for something else. Let's say I need medical supplies to disinfect wounds, but I lack rubbing alcohol. Then
So this menu here kind of highlights what I was talking about. See, there's a letter assigned to every menu option. So instead of you like click into it or whatever, you can just click the key and the corresponding, you do the thing.
any sufficiently strong spirits like vodka, brandy, or rum could be used instead, and no alcohol at all, then you can still sterilize the gauze with concentrated honey. The system is fucking amazing, and there's no game that comes close to the amount of code reserved for crafting. At the beginning of a game, it's unlikely you'll find a working car. Most left behind.
The car system is crazy fucking in depth. One of my favorite YouTubers that plays this, Vormithrax, well, he used to. I think he's finally took a break. But he has this Battle Arc series where he basically got all the welding equipment and all the stuff, and he built this Battle Arc in this massive ass vehicle with cages on the side, and basically he's trying to capture all the different types of monsters and like an arc, so he took, like, I think he started from a Humvee chassis.
Would be trashed or broken by now, but whether through sheer luck or some mechanical know-how, you can commandeer your own personal vehicle. Cataclysm is the best turn-based driving game I've ever played in my life. It's absolutely insane how intense driving can be when you're desperately plundering buildings for resources while avoiding hordes of zombies that want to
I actually do kind of loathe crafting systems too. Like, like playing a new survival game, like the whole beginning grind of getting wood and this and that. Um, like that's why I'm gonna again allow you some form of automation right from the get go, because you're gonna start with pawns or residents, and you can task them to go do the monotonous shit. So instead of you needing to go like clear the wood, you can have them do it while you go do other shit. Um, right? Because again, it's just like, ugh. I mean, yeah, it's weird. And again, if it's yeah, simple crafting systems and simple farming systems, and you're when they're simple, I don't like them, especially when it comes to like farming and food. Like if food just doesn't do shit but restore your HP, and you can just cook this easiest recipe you got, and there's no benefit to it outside of that, why even have it, man? Like, um, so one of the things, your passions for your skills, right? I think what I'm gonna do, and I think Elin does this too, but you have your passion when you start, you're like, oh, you have a passion for this, right? Or burning passion, whatever. That's gonna go down and go away, that bonus, eventually over time and use. But you can in Elin you can use platinum coins to go buy and reassert that passion for that skill, so you can grind it faster. But I'm gonna link it to the farming and cooking, so you can make certain recipes to restore passions or give you bonuses to skill gains and but like, and like again, I may do a trainer too you go to and restore your passion or whatever. But I'm gonna, yeah, again, the food system I'm gonna have it linked to, and again, Elin does something really cool with that too, because if you eat shitty food, your attributes, your stats, like can go down, like strength, dexterity, whatever. And then if you eat good food, and based off what food it is, it will affect different attributes. But food gives you experience and levels you up. So like there's more utility to those systems, and they're linked to a lot more shit than just, oh, I'm hungry, gotta eat, fill bar, eat, fill bar. Um,
Pull
yeah.
your skin off, but
And this driving in this game is insanely good. Like he said, like,
Seth, a car is huge. Why not just mow the zombies down? Sure, you can afford to run down one or two or several, but the damage to individual car parts accumulates, and sooner or later, your engine will start coking, your wheels will start coming loose, and your windshield will be smashed to a pulp, leaving you either dead in the middle of an ocean of undead closing in on you, or splattered on the pavement when your seatbelt fails and sends you flying at a concrete wall. That is, until you experience the world of high-end car crafting. If you somehow got hold of welding equipment, you can pump up your hippie van to be a mobile death machine. Replace the crappy eco-friendly plating with Kevlar you scrapped off an APC. Remove a gay inline engine and replace it with a V12 sports engine. Add serrated spikes to the hood of your car and turn your current playthrough into a high-velocity Mad Max rampage. Survival in Cataclysm is difficult, especially at the beginning, but through careful use of your own abilities and the resources at your disposal, you can make the game bend to your will. Or you'll get tired of careful living and start drinking public sewage water to malform into a hideous monstrosity. You won't miss those legs anyway, especially now that you've got 8 of them and can dangle from roofs constricting survivors and enemies as a gigantic mutated octopus. Or maybe you'll come to realize your struggle is pointless and futile and decide to join the enemy. As a final word of caution, never trust NPCs. The most dangerous creature in the Cataclysm is still other humans, and don't be surprised when someone plays innocent only to get close enough to aim a crossbow at your face and rob you blind. If I had to describe this game in one sentence, it would be single-player DayZ. Except fun. You can have someone call you a shithead dickhead, then immediately after, ask you to avenge their friend who got eaten in the woods by a Jabberwock. The bipolarity of NPCs is hilarious and dangerous, and really adds to the experience. Also, the aforementioned Jabberwock, half of the time that quest completes itself, so you don't have to do anything, as either the Jabberwock gets eaten by something else, or steps on a landmine. I hope I've convinced you to try the best post-apocalyptic cotton farming and crack-smoking simulator on the market. Also, it's free, so what have you got to lose? As always, more content to come.
I freaking love that Cataclysm, dude. Like, it's such a great game. Why is it not installing? Experimental. Oh. It's gonna bug me. I'd probably have to update this thing. I haven't played in so long. I got the itch to play now. Like, oh shit. I love you, Cataclysm. But it's just a crazy cool. And another one is Rycon. He has he did a in a woods challenge.
Kia ora.
This guy's
Legionnaires,
voice is
Rycon
amazing.
here, and welcome back to Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, and welcome to episode 0,
But basically,
an unseen entity.
he goes out into the he's basically in the woods butt naked, and or well, he starts out in the woods. There's no cities, there's nothing. He's just surviving off the land and trying to make his way through, like surviving in caves and all kinds of shit. But such a good series right here, this in a woods series from Rycon.
We're gonna have to peek. Now it's gonna be dark. There might be other things down there. We don't know. We can't be sure. Sticking our head down the stone ramp. Yeah, we cannot see far at all. Okay, well, then something that we're just gonna have.
That's a good series, man. Like, Worm Girl also is really, really good one to YouTuber to watch for Cataclysm, and then Vormithrax. I used to just watch Vormithrax like nonstop. How do I spell? Did he change his name? No, okay, there he is. He doesn't he played it like nonstop for so freaking long, dude. Like he did most of he does like crazy fucking hard challenges in it. Like he's basically mastered most of the systems, but like yeah, he's got a lot of good series on it. Him, Wormithrax, Rycon, Worm Girl, some great YouTubers around. Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. God, I can't. I don't know why I got the bug. I'm just gonna play it for a minute. And I want to contribute to this game so bad, but I'm not the biggest fan of C++. But I'm going to use it as an opportunity to do more C++. Um, there's magicalism, so it's CDA with magic, and then there's a dino mod, like you can install like dinosaurs and dead dinosaurs and shit. That one, it's kind of crazy, but um text very small. How did I blow it up? I can't remember. Yeah. It's been so long, I can't remember. And I've never played on 4K monitor, I don't think. Whatever. How do I get it to be? It's gonna bug me. I just might have to change the resolution of my monitor, maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna play it right now. I'll get that set up later. Oh, Cataclysm is a fun fucking. Oh my god, I gotta do a playthrough. Or I gotta play some more of that soon. Okay. Where are we at? I'm just dodging, finishing this screen. So, well, now I need graphics. So let's get some panels. Asset inventory, parchment. How do you spell parchment? Oh, there we go. No. I don't even know how to spell. Why can I not spell parchment? Let's just do paper. Maybe that'll get me what I want. I do kind of like that. Wish I could zoom make the icons bigger. So I got 11 pages of paper came back. This one is pretty good. I like that one. UI. Yeah, that's clean. That's very clean. I likes it. I likes it a lot. So now I'm going to use the actual UI builder to put the background in there. I'm going to try to do this or make these polishes without telling the AI to do it, just so one, people can see how it is, and two, I can also just kind of get used to it again. Oh, there's a setting here that, whatever, I don't care. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Border. Why you gotta have a border? I don't know if that's gonna tile well over here. So when you're editing stuff like this, you're doing inline edits. So in the UXML, these changes are going to be there. And you notice that you got white next to what I've changed. Now you can promote it to the style sheet. And then that's probably what you want to do. I wish it didn't default to inline. It actually just changed the class. Oh no, okay. Okay, I can edit the class. Here, let me discard this. Okay, so let's go back. So now if I select this, I'm gonna hit panel, paper. So if you double click, I think you can edit, yep, the fucking class. Sweet. Okay. Double click it. Width will go 75. Didn't change, did it? scale mode will override some settings. Position stretch to fill, scale and crop. Whoa, no. Oh, I guess the background's not really what I want. Size is what I'm after. There we go. So we're going to go 75%. There we go. Align. We're going to center. There we go. Do a better color. Color accents. So oh, because the color isn't part of a style yet? Well, eyedropper that bitch. No, I don't want it because I think the disabled color is probably. I'm going to do a background on that button anyways. So let's save this and see what it looks like. Perfect. So I don't want that panel to just disappear. Don't want that either. I gotta change this to. Oh God, scared. Scared the fuck out of me. You damn promoter. Oh. That little noise reminds me to go look at the chat, but eventually I'll get rid of that. Holy shit, that scared the fuck out of me. I'm very zoned out. That background image looks good on both sides, but I just got to get everything kind of dialed in now. And that's how I just took that color change and I applied it to the style rule craft button. And now the craft button hover is going to be blue, and then disabled will be gray. Which again, I'm going to get a graphic for this thing. I need padding on you. So the scroller, I want the flex to be I'm going to change that in real time to figure out what I want to do and which class to apply it to. All these guys. Quantity button, quantity button, quantity button, quantity button, quantity button. So I'm going to edit this rule. Nope. What do I want? So it's inside of a visual element. Then it's just buttons and a label. The visual element is so actually what I do want here is this guy to be that. Let's test that out. No, didn't do it. Okay. Debugger. Okay, so the Unity scroll view container, I want it to be a row. The flex direction row. Flex shrink 0. And then I want really, I that's it. Custom, Unity. I'm not tired. I am not tired. I swear. It's weird because I don't think those classes were, they were just like built-in classes. That's the label. Quantity section is big because there's no material slot quantity. I think that's what I wanted. I gotta go look at that control. And actually, that's what I should be doing. Yeah, not editing that. No, that's not the one. Material slot. Get out of here. Which one was it? Oh, the debugger works when you're not playing. Well, isn't that handy? Unity content. It's this guy here that I want. Okay, so I gotta go deeper. Gotta go deeper. Here it is. Because they both don't have classes, I can't change anything. Holy shit. These got to be baked in Unity style sheet or CSS rules, and I can't tweak them. anything for you. Very nice, very nice. I'm gonna get rid of the padding. Or no, I'll leave it there. We want buttons, buttons. So I'm going to filter down to just this package. Give me some fanciness. That's pretty cool, but it's like too different from the parchment look. That's what I'm going for right there. Okay, so now I got my texture. Let's go back. Your background image. What was that called? Let's see how that looks. It's stretched. I don't want that. Probably shouldn't do pixels because that's probably doesn't scale well. Let's see what that looks like. I need a better font too. That's probably gonna look like shit. I need to move them down. Oh, too, the name is gonna go in there. So I need a 9 slice. I mean, it's looking all right, but again, pixels is no good. Can't do pixels. What time is it? 10:30. it's not centered. That's gonna drive me crazy. Oh, it's because I got this at 20. Still just ever so. Oh, wait. Let's try that out. It's gonna look like poop. Yeah, I need something that I bet you I can 9 slice that guy, but I just need a more generic graphic. Yeah. It's getting there though. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. Going down to Bama with a shotgun on my knee. Oh yeah, I forgot I was doing
Welcome back to the critique.
Hey there.
So, we looked at this really robust project plan today. It's for a crafting station UI in Unity.
Yeah, looked pretty solid. Using MVVM, data binding, UI toolkit, all the good stuff.
Exactly.
Why does
Really
it sound
aiming
like
for that
poop?
clean separation, high performance. Let's jump right in. What stood out first?
Okay, well, the first thing is about really locking down that view model and model separation. We need
Those voices are dog shit compared to the normal ones.
All right, let's talk about something we've all run into. You're building this awesome complex UI for your game, right? Maybe it's a super detailed crafting station, and you get this sinking feeling that you're building a time bomb. You know, something that works great now, but 6 months down the line, it's going to be a total nightmare to fix or update. So how do we build something that's not just powerful, but also stable for the long haul?
I mean, it's the classic trap, isn't it? You add one little feature, then another. And pretty soon, your UI code is just this giant tangled ball of yarn. You try to change one button, and suddenly 10 other things break. That whole approach is just way too fragile. So what's the secret sauce? How do you avoid that mess?
Well, the answer is actually a really simple but super powerful idea. You just separate things. You separate what the UI is from how it looks and from how it works. This is like the golden rule of modern UI development. We're going to split our UI into 3 distinct pillars: the structure, the visual style, and the logic. When you do this, you get a system that's strong, easy to scale, and honestly, just a whole lot more fun to work on. So let's dive into each of those pillars. Okay, first up, the skeleton. This is all about the structure, the very bones of our UI. And in Unity's UI toolkit, that's where UXML comes in. Think of it as the blueprint for your entire interface.
Now, if you've ever peeked at the code behind a web page, UXML is going to feel right at home. It's basically Unity's version of HTML. It's an XML-based language, and all you do here is lay out your elements, your buttons, your labels, your panels, whatever, and define how they're all nested together. That's it. UXML doesn't care one bit about colors or fonts or what happens when you click something. Its only job is to build that structure.
And here's where we make a really smart move to avoid creating one single monstrous UXML file that goes on for miles. We break the UI down into smaller, logical components. So yeah, the main crafting station gets its own file. But a single item in that recipe list? Nope, that gets its own little UXML template. A slot for a required material? That gets its own file too. This idea of breaking things into components is absolutely key to keeping your project clean, reusable, and, manageable.
All right, our skeleton's in place. Now it's time to add the skin. This is our second pillar, USS, and it's all about how our UI actually looks.
And again, if you know anything about web development, this will sound very familiar. USS is basically Unity's version of CSS. It lives in totally separate files, and its job is to look at the UXML elements we've just made and tell them how to look. What color is this text? What font should this button use? How much padding is there between these two icons? All those visual decisions, that's what USS is for.
Now this leads to a huge, huge rule of thumb. Keep your styles out of your structure. Seriously. It is so tempting to just click on an element in the editor and tweak a color right there, but that's a total trap. It just leads to chaos down the road. Instead, you want to put all your design rules in your USS files. That way you have one single place that defines your look. I mean, think about it. What if you want to change the style of every single button in your entire game? With this system, you change one line in one file, not hunt down 500 different buttons.
And check this out. You can take this even further and make it really powerful. You can define variables for your main design choices, like your primary background color, your normal text color, your standard font sizes. When you do this, you're not just styling anymore. You're actually building a whole design system. So let's say you want to add a dark mode to your game. Easy. You just swap out the values in these variables. It's so efficient. It's kind of brilliant.
So, we've got the skeleton and we've got the skin. What's missing? The brains. This is our third and final pillar. The C# scripts that actually make our UI do stuff. All the logic, all the data, all the interactivity, that happens here.
Okay, so here's the biggest mistake people make. They let their UI code talk directly to the main game code. And that's how you get that tangled mess we were trying to avoid. Instead, we're going to use a little something called a view model. Think of it like a middleman. It's a special C# class whose only job is to get data ready for the UI and to expose specific actions or commands that the UI is allowed to use.
The best way to think about the view model is like a formal contract between your UI and your game. The UI doesn't need to know the messy details of how the game decides if you can craft something. It just needs to know there's a simple can craft true or false value it can look at. And it doesn't have a clue what complicated stuff happens when the execute craft command runs. It just knows when the user clicks the craft button, I run this command. This separation is beautiful because it completely decouples the UI from the game logic.
Okay, so let's recap. We've got our three pillars: UXML for the structure, USS for the style, and C# for the brains. And each one of these is pretty powerful on its own, but the real magic, well, that happens when you put them all together. And this is where that component idea we talked about earlier really pays off. Because we're not just building one big monolithic UI. No, we're actually building a library of tiny, reusable UI Lego bricks that we can snap together to build anything we can imagine. So let's look at how this actually works. You start with the big picture, right? The main craftingstation.uxml file. But then you zoom in and you find a single piece that you're going to use over and over, like one single item in your recipe list. So you give that its own UXML template just for its structure. And, this is the important part, you also give it its own little C# script that knows exactly how to manage just that one little component. What you're doing here is basically creating these perfect, self-contained little packages. Each component bundles up its own structure, its own styling, and its own logic all into one tidy, cohesive unit. So like a required material slot component, it knows everything it needs to know to function all by itself. It's a complete, reusable part. So let's wrap this up. Why go through all this trouble? Why separate everything and build all these tiny little components? The answer is simple, because it lets you build smarter, not harder. And the benefits you get from this approach are just huge. First, you're not repeating yourself, which programmers call the dry principle. You build a component once and reuse it everywhere. Debugging? So much easier, because if something's wrong with a recipe item, you know exactly which little component to look at. Plus, since your UI logic is totally separate from your game logic, you can even write unit tests for your UI without even running the game itself. What you end up with is a professional, scalable, and genuinely easy to maintain system. Look, This whole idea of separating structure, style, and logic, it isn't just some high-level programming theory. It's a practical, real-world blueprint for building any complex UI you can dream up in Unity. It gives you a foundation to create interfaces that are just as solid and well-engineered as the rest of your game. So now that you have the blueprint, the only question is, what are you going to build with it?
I'm gonna build a fucking thing, majigger. Hello. Is it Halloween already? Well, I've been on here about 4 hours now. I've got pretty damn far into this UI. It still needs some polish. I need to get some things figured out and laid out better. But I think I'm going to call it for the night. I appreciate y'all stopping by. I'll drop my link tree real quick. Should have probably dropped it earlier. I think my brain's all brained out for today. Subscribe, hit that like button, give me a follow. It all helps. Come join the Discord. I think watch me ADHD dump about stuff I find mildly interesting or very interesting. All right, I'm gonna hop off here. Have a good night, you guys.